What's up, boys? We're back with some more Conquest Dark. They've added an entirely new item type, the eldRICH weapons and armor. They're basically a super unique that you can only have one copy of on your entire character, with some very interesting stats that can apparently only be found on them. I did a bunch of grinding last night, so I've got 1 out of 3 pieces of a bunch of different ones. So hopefully we're going to find some sort of get eldRICH quick scheme here, because I feel like it's going to take a while. But it's also kind of supposed to. It's supposed to be like an in-game thing that takes a while to get to. But in the meantime, there is a new unique item that we could actually play around with a bit, plus 500% artifact damage. So I think there's actually some unique thorns types builds we could do with that. If we combine that with the artifact over here, the Crest of the Lightbringer, 25% chance when you block to cause 2500% solar damage and heal yourself a bit. So that sounds pretty cool. We could also add in the proc thing, if we can level that up a bit to get that close to 100% maybe in the later game. So some type of Thorns Paladin with some good self-healing sounds pretty cool. Let's jump on into the Shattered Ritual with some extra sun thingy there. So we are going Oathkeeper, and I think we actually don't want to go Ouroborean for once here. You lose survivability but gain a little bit of damage and movement speed, but I think we actually want to keep the survivability here for the Thorns-based builds, and then over here I was thinking we take the item rarity thing to find all of the uniques we're going for a little bit faster. We could also do this one to gain some extra healing, but I don't think that's going to be necessary, so probably just the extra item chance is fine, I think. We could toss a couple rerolls, see if there's any, like, double combo stats that sounds nice. Crit and health, that sounds fine, honestly. So here we want the big block one, which is Oathbringer. 40% chance and a big boost to health. We will definitely need as much block as we can get, since we get our damage from that later on. Let's see, this shouldn't be super important. I'll just take the Sacred Hammer since that's usually one of the better power skills. But it shouldn't actually end up doing that much damage later on. We actually want to get the damage stuff first, but I'll just take the block chance here. And then I guess if we could lose some lives here, that would also be good. For when we eventually get some of the stuff that scales based on that. Since at a certain point I'm expecting I'll probably become very hard to kill. Sigil of Flames will go with the proc stuff, I guess. So we need boots and chest for the uniques. And you're limited to only 2 uniques now. But I need to make sure we don't take any items in those slots and override that. So we'll want to have good attack speed on this, since that'll buff up both of those. Let's see what all we want to do there. We could use nothing really there. Instant attack would be good. Ooh, attack reach would be very helpful, yeah. We might want to do that. So I guess we don't actually need any runes that much, because we won't be able to put them on the artifact itself. That's pretty interesting. I would like to have pretty good damage on the Sigil, because that's also going to scale with the proc-related stuff, so that'll give us sort of a good opportunity to test how good the artifact actually is. Primal and projectile, yeah, it seems fine. We will eventually want to get all of the resistances and all, just so that any of the attacks that go through don't destroy us. So yeah, instant attack there. I think we'll keep this one at 3. Let's go with the attack speed here. And damage taken reduced per life lost. Yeah, that'll be good later on. And then we can go ahead and double all of those. 7 runes. Double shot is decent. Lunar and damage to frozen. We could convert one of these into Lunar and get some out of that. I'm not sure on that. Probably just take the double shot. Ooh, legendary. So we can't take chest or boots. And we got both of them right there. Gloves. Is there anything super good here? This has 2 good stats. I'm actually not sure. Actually, block goes before dodge, so dodge charges are fine. 2 good stats plus dodge, that looks decent. Set bonuses are pretty junk, but those aren't super important usually, I feel like. I think I'm fine with that. Ooh, artifact damage. We can start scaling that up for when we get the block thing. So we'll build this up again and maybe upgrade a blue if we find it, and then sigil, we want to get as much damage on that as possible, so we'll likely add the extra rune slots to that. And I think primordial is usually one of the best for raw damage. That one's a very good one. Target amount would be good for it. Yeah, that seems like the play to maximize the damage. So for now, we'll take the big crit damage. Let's do, I guess, attack arc or skip. I think I'm just gonna skip so we can try to find the gear a bit faster. There's nothing that I really want on those. Attack speed. Attack arc energy cost, I guess so. And then we may as well go for the target amount here. It'll be a while before we can lose a bunch of lives to ramp that up. Probably just skip that. Double shot or instant attack? I don't think those are really gonna do anything once we get the artifacts. This is gonna be a weird build to scale, I think. Movement, I actually don't really like any of these because this has a very long cast animation where you aren't attacking during. And then this one will move you towards an enemy. You can't really control the direction super well. So I think we just take the regular dash here. Critical hit barrier recharge. That might be okay. Actually, let's take the block, I guess. Get that maxed out a bit faster. Then we'll add in the extra rune slots here. And then we'll double the primordial. Then toss one more on the next set. Burn is okay, movement is useless. Probably just build up some more stuff. Oh yeah, I've been grinding both Halls of Torment and this recently. I know that feeling. Damage for life lost is fantastic once we start losing some. I've been unlocking like all of the new marks and new traits and stuff in Halls of Torment, and I think I've finally got it at a point where I can try to make some cool builds with all the new stuff. But I feel like all the new quests in that game are like super specific and require these like crazy builds to do sometimes. So let's take the damage per life loss, that'll be big later on. And attack speed here. So we got another one piece. I think that's one of everything now. Movement per life loss. That's actually pretty good on these infinite maps where you need to run around and collect everything, I guess. And then what are we gonna do on Sacred Hammer? Duration and energy cost is kind of fun. We could also convert this into like primal or lunar to have a source of stunning or freezing. If I wanted to really pump up the damage with some of the random stats we could get. And I think that might actually be the best. So let's go ahead and grab the lunar for that then. And then we are looking for the mega crits and the shield block thing. So we have this. That'll be very good once we get our crit chance and our proc chance up. And then I think we'll have 13 after that, so I think we'll go ahead and check that. We don't want chest or boots, so helmet would be fine. The dodge charges will probably be overkill since we already have an item with that. Block chance is a set bonus. Toss a couple rerolls. Armor we can't take yet. Pants are fine. That's kind of junk. That's really bad. That's pretty bad. That is awful. That's okay. Passive is useless. That's terrible. Pants again. That's pretty good. 3 stats. I guess instant attack probably won't do a ton. But I'm kind of tired of rolling, so I'm probably just going to take one of these. Let's go with, I guess, the crit damage? I'm not really sure about Path of Exile 2. Let's grab the freeze thing here. There we go. To go with the conversion. Damage to burning, that should work. I really liked the WSD movement addition to it. And I would honestly probably go back and just hardcore focus Po 1 if they had that there. Ooh, proc chance already, that's pretty nice. But I felt like Path of Exile 2 was just so many steps back from Path of Exile 1, and it was kind of confusing to me. Like, they had already solved Magic Find in Po 1, basically, and then they added it... Ooh, block chance, yeah. They added it back in Po 2 and made it even stronger than before. And there was just a lot of like small changes like that that sort of added up and just really confused me about Po 2, I felt like. We have the conversion and the freeze. What else would go with that? Just something to give more hits to freeze with it more, so either of those would be fine, I think. Quick dash, we can get some free rerolls now. So we can't take boots. There's one slot left that we can get regular legendaries for, which is head. So unique or head. Those are the boots we're looking for. Nice, 550 artifact damage. We don't have the artifact that deals damage yet, but that should be coming soon. Skip for now. So basically, I'm going to wait and see, and if the changes they've been making sound cool, I'm down to give it another try. Damage for life loss is very good. But it's not like something that I'm like 100% looking forward to or anything. Attack reach. That is terrible. All damage is fine. I think I'm just gonna skip a lesser and try to get the other unique pretty quickly. Attack speed actually, attack speed is probably gonna be useless later on as well. I'll just skip this for now. XP and, well, the XP is fine. I'll get that early on. Rerolls and reflected. I mean, we can take it to help find gear anyways. Actually, the movement speed. Yeah, that'll be good if we can lose some lives and explore the map a bit faster. We got a chest that I do not want, so we'll skip that. Alright, so we need the Crest of the Lightbringer. Nice. 2,500% sounds insane. But like I've been saying, we won't really scale with like instant attack and double attack and projectiles and all. So it might end up being pretty weird. Rarity up. And then look for either unique armor or a good helmet. No. Wrong unique. Armor. Helmet. So we can use these. Primary is useless. That's terrible. Instant attack and resistance piercing are probably going to be a waste here. I do like the sigil there. It's kind of cool. But two stats that are probably not going to be great. Alright, Defiler's nice. And it's +3, so it doesn't have as much of a downside. But basically, it's supposed to weaken you right when you get it, and then as you level it up, you'll be able to get a lot of proc chance from that. And then that should be amazing with the shield, since that's a 25% chance. And then our last slot, we have a decent number of rerolls. We have dual crit and dodge charges, which I guess would be fine. And then I guess the primal stun would work with a quick strike granted from that. I think that's the only primal I have. But I also just don't really care about that. Attack speed. Solar and instant attack should be decent. Crit chance, yep. That's important with the other artifacts. Attack reach. Probably solar resistance. That's a higher rarity, whatever. We'll try it out. But I do actually want to get my resistances up at some point in this build since we have to take the hits. That's decent. Yep. Damage to burning. Damage for life lost. We can rarity these up when I have the stuff for it. Got some artifact damage there. I like that. So I don't think Reflected will actually do anything here. That's like a different type of Thorns build where you need a different artifact for it. So I think we just skip here. Passive and attack speed. That's, I think, pretty bad. We'll do the burn here. That should work with the artifacts. Damage energy cost, I guess so. Attack speed. Ooh, rare items. That will help us get like higher levels for the items. That might give us some extra proc chance or artifact damage throughout the run. Artifact damage? Or actually, I probably should get the crit chance up a bit. Oh well. Block chance and damage taken, that's quite good. Damage to elites. I'll do crit damage. Proc chance, very nice. Block chance, since we actually need that to do damage with the crest now. Damage and survivability. Bleed and instant attack. That's not that great. We'll just do solar, I think. I think we skip that. We have a, well, attack speed and projectile aren't that great. We'll just take the proc chance. That's super important. Proc chance there. Artifact damage is good. Skip that. That has some solar resistance at least. And the crest actually isn't doing much damage yet. Scroll 2, our first 2-piece. We might get lucky and get one of them. Let's do the XP early on. Artifact with a bit of movement, I think that's fine. Pass here. Oh wait, we can max out the resistance piercing. Yeah, that's fine. Upgrade that. And then, I guess artifact and movement here. Upgrade that, and movement artifacts. Alright, surely the block thing will do some damage in the middle of all of these guys. Solar's okay, we'll want to get that up at some point. And then I just don't think that's gonna do a ton for me later on. Block chance. Movements. I wouldn't mind having a second one. Upgrade that. Dodge and crit damage? Yeah, I guess. Rarity up. Proc chance damage is quite nice, but double proc chance. Energy on block. I don't think that's gonna do a lot, but we could try out some. It'll definitely cast the hammer a lot more. Block chance. Primal resistance. Movement per life loss is nice. I will grab some more of that. Already up. And artifact damage. Double shots. I don't think so. We'll take the crit damage. Crit chance. Block chance. Rarity up. Proc chance damage. Primal resistance. We got another scroll 2. So there's 2 different outs to finish an eldRICH set now. Artifacts movements. Damage health, I think? Actually, we do need the crit chance pretty badly. Should definitely focus that a bit more. I need to find the caravan while we have a huge horde following me, so that we can stand on top of it and block a lot of hits to actually have some damage. They follow the steps on the ground, right? Oh, maybe not. Okay, so as long as stuff is hitting me, we can slowly kill them. Damage to burning. Proc chance, yep. Take the free rerolls. Movement speed. Okay, the thorns thing is finally number 1. Took a while. Solar res. Skip, I think. Rare items. Artifact movement, yep. Block and healthy is pretty good. Rarity up. We kind of wasted the movement speed there, so I think damage health is fine. Damage taken reduced. Rarity up. And then proc chance. Max out the block chance, I think. Damage to burning. Skip. Full crit damage. All damage is fine. That does have artifacts, which is good. Yeah, I guess. Crit chance. Primal res. Spawn everything! Damage to healthy, I guess? Actually, let's just go XP. It's still pretty early on. Chance to burn. Rarity up. And I guess just the crit damage attack speed there. That has primal res? Yeah. Ooh, full proc chance. Crits and dodge. Damage to burning. Damage increase per life loss is very good. Rarity and full artifact damage. Don't think any of those really matter. Target would work on sigil, but I just don't think that really helps that much. Double damage. Proc chance. Crit and damage, very nice. I'm actually not sure if ability damage works. I would assume it doesn't. So solar damage should be fine. Healing soul damage increase, pretty good. Another two-piece. Do they go in order where you have to get like one of each crit chance? I don't think so, because they're supposed to be from specific bosses. Damage to elites. Damage to burning. Artifact damage, yep. Rarity, and then crit attack speed. Rare items. Burning. Damage to elites. Decent stuff there, yep. Solar artifact's pretty nice. Proc? Yeah. Don't think I care here. So we really just get the health there. I'll get it out of here anyways. Ready up and then proc chance. Kind of waste something on all of those. proc and damage is great. Yeah. We only use one stat there, so I might just take some rerolls since 3 of those is pretty good for the items. Attack speed, instant attack. I think that's probably better for the shield thing. Damage to elites is okay. Dual crits decent. Yeah. And it's full crit damage. Artifacts. Damage for life lost. He just died so fast there. Crit chance. Health and proc is decent. Crit and proc is insanely good. Health or skip? I might try some, since we're trying to be pretty tanky anyways. Skip. Rarity and crit damage. All damage. I think we skip there. Rarity and crit damage. Damage proc. Crit chance. Skip. Crit chance. Lunarez. Big artifact damage. So do I want to level these ones up? I don't think this will actually do anything with how we built. That's like an entirely different Thorns build. I guess we'll take a little bit of health regen and then go for the power for max damage. Attack reach, I guess. Lunarez. Damage to elites. Damage taken reduced. Solar damage. What am I at on the life loss stats now? Attack speed is a little over half of the cap. Where's the damage thing? %, and then defense is 75%, so we're capped on that one now. Damage, yeah. Damage to healthy is fine. Let's just get the big crit there, actually. It's going to start getting pretty hard to find good items now, so that's kind of why I like having a lot of rerolls. A lot of those have stats that are already kept. There we go, damage proc chance. Lunar damage is junk, we skip that. Proc chance damage. Proc damage. And that's capped, so we skip that. Yeah, let's do some more health, why not? Health proc. So we should be getting close to 100% on that now whenever we block. And then the mega crit thing will be probably like 30 to 40%. Probably just skip that. Rare items, double shots, sure. Skip, I think. Damage to elites. I think we skip here. Max out the health regen, and then we probably just go for the power next. Already up. Damage proc. That's terrible. Skip. Burn is decent, yeah. I think 7%. The crest might not actually apply burn then. It says it's solar damage though. Health damage to healthy is decent. Skip. And then crit damage. Crit damage. Reroll, see if we can find a bunch of good stuff. Health damage, fine. I think probably just skip there. Damage. Skip. Rarity and full crit damage. Proc chance, yeah. Rare items. Just doesn't seem very good. Injured. Rarity and damage. Elites. I guess health double shot. Dual crit there, yep. XP. Then we just start scaling up the power. Skip. Oh wait, I should get attack reach as well to see if that works on the explosion now that I think about it. Skip. Attack reach double shots. Damage proc. Think skip there. Don't really care about any of that. Damage health regen is okay. Health to burning. XP, yeah. Already up, and then full crit damage. Skip. Crit and damage. Damage. Damage for life loss should be very good now. Skip here, I think. Rarity. Crit attack speed. Yes, the double survivability thing. Power. Crit damage attack speed. Proc chance. Yeah, rarity, we're kind of running out of reroll stuff though. Trying to find good items. They just all have sort of a wasted stat now. Oh, there we go, damage proc. Artifact or crit damage. I don't think we have a way to stun, so I think we skip here. Artifact is good. Skip. Skip. Artifacts. Damage increase per life loss, very nice. Damage to burning. Solar res, yeah, I guess. Skip. Proc chance. Solar is decent. Yeah, I guess. Solar. Damage to injured and XP range. Damage proc. Power. Damage to burning. Damage to injures. Skip. I guess burning? Damage and proc. It's getting so hard to move with how long it takes to kill him now, Lunarez. Bonus health. Damage burning. Burn. I think skip here. Skip. Damage to elites. Damage to elites. Damage. Damage for life loss is good. I can't pick up the soul stones. They're blocking me. I'll just take some health here. Healing and energy costs. I think burn is just better. If it works, it might not though. Health. Attack speed chains. I guess so. Rare items. Artifacts. Damage for life lost. Damage to injured. Probably skip there. Solar res. Damage and proc chance. I don't think burning works on the crest. I think it's usually like 30% of your damage proc chance. On Paladin when you're like pure solar, I'll do healthy here. But it seems very low when my main solar ability is 83%. XP damage is decent. Yep. Proc damage. I think these are all bad. Lunarez. Rerolls. Crit damage and freeze. Yeah, that's fine. Damage to elites. Damage for life lost. We're at max value, but I think I'm gonna die soon. Movement. See if I can get out of this corner. Oh, something got me. We were not tanky enough, I guess. We got 4 different scrolls, not bad there. But I'm pretty sure burning doesn't work on the crest, it seems like. Does it say it's only with, like, abilities or something? Periodic damage until it wears off. Fully refreshes. Damage of the attack. I mean, it sounds like it should work, but the burning damage seemed really low there. But let's try the other type of reflection and see how that compares, since we just got a baseline for that. So for that, we would need the reflect AoE thing, which is that one, Lampea's Mirror. Then what other artifact would we go with that? I'm honestly not sure. Maybe just the crit strike again? But I don't think I would go proc chance, which really scales that up. For uniques, we need... There's something with big reflect damage. That one, 500% reflect to elites. Gloves, and what would we pair with that? Maybe just the helmet that gives a lot of health and attack reach would be cool. If there's anything else that sounds really good. I don't think so. So helmets and gloves for actual reflects. And I still don't know what second artifact would be good. I guess it's gonna have to be the crit chance thing. So again, I think we want to keep the tankiness. And then I guess it'll probably be rarity again to get the items a bit faster. See if we can get 2 stats that are, oh wait, Oathkeeper, that are kind of useful. Sounds fine. So helmets and gloves. And then we want to get the block chance again, right? For good survivability. Oh wait! The flail. That's right. That has a damage reflect stat. Okay, I have to level that up. And that's definitely what we're taking. Forgot about that. Oathkeeper and the rarity thing. So there's the flail, block, and big damage reflect. Sounds good. And then again, next up, I don't think it really matters here, so Sacred Hammer is fine, I think. And then we actually want Ardent Defender here, but early on I'll probably want to get damage with my actual abilities, so I can actually kill stuff. Jewel of Flames. Yeah, I don't think anything here matters too much. Inflicted damage to elites is great now. And now artifact damage is useless. So probably just skip the attack speed stuff for that again. It's an attack, and attack reach should be good. So I think ability will be useless here as well. All damage should be good. Attack arc damage, not bad. I think we skip here. Just take the one there. Skip. There's the mega crits. Yeah, I guess we'll try that. I don't know if Reflect can crit, but I hope it can. We actually can use the primal stuff a little bit, but I think I'd rather just have the early XP here. Then we will double the sun runes. And then we'll probably put the extra slots on that again, maximize the damage, and see how the reflect stuff compares to it. Damage for life lost. I don't think energy on block is gonna do anything. Even though we are going to have a lot of it. I might take the Spectral Steed just so I don't run into the situation late game where we can't move when I'm completely surrounded again. Okay, with the target amount, I think. Then we'll add the extra slots. Probably just take some rerolls from now so we can find gear faster. Primal dodge. We might have to take damage to actually use reflects. So that's like damage reflected on block, unmitigated damage you received. The damage it deals cannot be mitigated. So it sounds like I actually don't want block or dodge, because it's the damage I receive. So I guess I don't actually want that then? That's kind of unfortunate. Reflected damage to elites. Let's go ahead and double the primordial. Probably just crit chance here. Ooh, legendary. So we're going for helmets and gloves for uniques. so we can freely take boots if there's anything good. Don't think so. 2 damage stats there is okay. Maybe we'll look for better stuff this time with like 3 good damage stats. This does have reflected to elites. Other stuff is pretty trash though. That's unfortunate. That has 2 decent stats, one that's probably gonna be drunk. You know, with reflect damage, I'm not even sure we can get 3 good damage stats, so whatever. There's just so many stats that I think won't even apply to that effect. Like, ability and attack speed won't really work. May as well skip that. Probably... Actually, attack reach. That might work. I'm not sure. Don't think I care. That has all damage at least. Let's see if I do that. We have 14. It should be fine. We can't take boots. Can't take helmets. That's the wrong unique. Helmets. Pants we can take. Basically 1 damage. That has reflected to elites, but the other stuff is really bad. Whatever, we'll try an item with some of it, I guess. Sigil, we can grab the final primordial. Do the big damage per life lost. And then we need the AoE reflect now, which was the mirror thing. There we go, Lampea's mirror. 50% is also dealt in an AoE. And then hopefully that works with reach. Crit chance, I think, here. More damage reflects. And then I guess we'll do the freeze thing with that again, so we can use damage versus frozen as well. Oh yeah, we need the eldRICH converted to lunar. That is not the right gloves. We need to build the rerolls back up a bit, so we'll just do that for now. Then we grab the chance to freeze. Grab some more rerolls. I don't think that does a lot, but I am curious if the attack reach works. Then may as well do like energy cost or duration to get more of them out and more chances at freezing. Proc chance, is that any good here? It should work on the crit thing right there, and sigil, but mainly just that. We can try some of it. Can I even put on that? Oh, I guess all the damage related stuff. Is there anything that would actually be helpful? I don't think so. Yeah, not really. Kind of curious what like attack arc and projectile amount would look like on it though. It sounds funny. Can you do a Horse Nova build with movement damage and huge attack arc? Damage reflects. Skip. Let's do the early XP. All damage should work. Thanks. Skip there. More damage reflects. I can't move. He's just permanently stunning me. Health and instant attack. See what the Horse Nova looks like. Why not? We have 10 left after that, sure. So no helmets and no boots. Or no gloves, I mean. What slots do we have? We can only get feet if there's no unique there. We don't care about that, so we can take either of these, but they have pretty terrible stats. Oh man, we're almost out of rerolls though, so I guess we're gonna have to take those. And get a little bit of block chance there, but the stats on that are so bad. Jesus, yeah. Damage from burning, I guess. And XP soul. So we just have the 2 uniques required now. The attack reach and the damage reflects. Oh, gotta skip. And I don't think ability works, so I may as well skip here. Rerolls. Let's get some more rerolls. Rerolls and damage for life loss, that's decent. Get some block chance since we're kind of getting beat up since I have to take damage. Ooh, reflect damage. The power is useless. The damage for life loss is pretty good. Healing soul block. Oh, crit damage for life loss. That's quite good. Damage to healthy. Ooh, damage for life lost. Skip, yeah. Ooh, reflected damage. Actually, no, solar won't work on reflects. Yeah, we skipped that then. Does primal damage work on reflects? I honestly have no idea. None of these really do anything, I think. Skip. Solar res. Skip, I think. This build might be even weirder than the other one. Damage to burning should be fine. At least we could use like solar damage and burning related stuff with that one. I'll do that one. So we just have the 2 uniques left to try and find. Please! Wrong one. Yes! Reflected damage. We got one. Damage per life lost. Crit chance to go with the artifacts. Oh, actually reflect damage, yeah. Block and instants. Those are not great for me, I think. Crit and healthy. Primal? Yeah, I think that's fine. Max out that one. Then you can get uniques on any rarity. I'm not sure if there's like a limitation on that though. I might just save the rolls for a legendary drop just in case. Ooh, damage reflects. I know the chance of rare items dropping does improve your chance of getting them, but I'm not sure if the item itself that you try to roll on influences it in any way. Okay, here's a legendary, we'll try on that. Wrong unique. Same one, same one, same one. Where is the barrel? Well, we've seen that one like 10, 15 times, and we haven't seen the one I'm looking for, so maybe we'll try a different rarity after all. So here's a blue. We haven't seen that one yet, but I really want to try the attack reach with the thorns to see if that works. It is pretty good for the XP, but nah. Same one. Okay, it does seem like the different rarities had different uniques then. We got only that one on blues, and we got only the cost reduction on legendaries. So maybe I actually needed to be rolling on white items then? In which case, I wasted a ton of rerolls and could have had it by now. Oops. Attack reach. Let's get a bit of healing souls, I guess. This build should have a lot less healing than the other one, I think. Skip. Actually, movement per life loss, that's pretty nice now. Help us roam around and find chests a little faster. Block chance. Solar res, I guess. Movement per life lost. Primal res. Crit chance and energy, yeah. So we'll try on basic items now then. Oh, yep. I really screwed myself over, I guess, trying to find that on other rarities. Whoopsie. Yeah, I'll try the attack arc there. Skip. Health regen. Skip. Go for some health and reach. And more health and reach. Which of these do I choose? They all look so good. The middle one sounds pretty nice. Let's do some more XP. Rarity. Ooh, damage reflects. Ooh, more damage reflects. Rock chance. And I'll do a bit more attack reach here. Skip. Damage to injures. We don't have any artifact damage this time. I'd like some more movement speed, I think. Ooh, reflect damage. Damage. Some reflects there, sounds good. I'll do a bit more block so we hopefully don't die here. skip. Rare items or damage reflects. Rerolls. Let's do attack reach. Attack reach. Reflects. I guess health there. Block chance. I guess dodge charges? I don't know, these seem kind of junk. Block chance. Movement. Yeah. Bonus health chain. I don't think these really do anything for this build. Reflect and health. Reach and dodge, yeah. Block chance. Damage to elites. Attack reach? Yeah. Rare items or burning. Rare items. Alright, this feels way worse than the other version of Thorns, I feel like. Block chance. I'll do proc chance here. Already up and then reflected. Or full all damage might be better. Depends on how they stack, I guess. Don't think any of these work. Oh wait, we do have the freeze thing, right? Yeah, okay, that might work. We could max out the resistance piercing there. damage. I don't think I can even kill the caravan now. Damage and proc is pretty good. Damage to elites, yeah. Attack reach. Crit chance is okay. I don't think we really have a way to stun, so may as well just do that. Burning. Reflected. This just seems like a much worse version of the other build. Reflected to elites. Like, that one had better AoE, and it had built-in massive healing on top of that. And it benefits from the solar damage stuff. This one doesn't really feel like it has anything going for it compared to that. Reflects, sure. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. Oh well, that build was not very good anyways. That is a fail, I guess. So one other thing I think we could do with the new artifact damage would be to try out the thing that does damage based on your barrier. Barrier begins recharging immediately at twice normal speed, but then at 100% it explodes, dealing damage based on the amount you had to enemies around you. What other artifacts would be pretty cool with that? I'm not sure if that would be able to get decent damage when enemies attack you. Might be interesting to try at some points. We tried that, and it was not bad, actually. Especially compared to the other thing. When an enemy dies, that sounds way too inconsistent. 20% chance on a burning tick also sounds pretty inconsistent. So, I mean, I guess the barrier thing is the only other thing. So, other unique to go with that's boots. Not sure there would be any decent procs to go with that. We won't be able to use any sets. Energy cost, I don't think there would be anything with that. The barrier set would be cool, but I think the artifact damage is going to be too important, right? I guess you can get some of it on the soul fragments. So I guess you could kind of go either way. But I think I want to try that since it's a new item anyways. We could do the XP helmets. Could do damage per life lost, and we could do bonus health. Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Barrier is based on your health, isn't it? Generates slowly over time. Barrier is based on the character's max health and barrier amount. Okay, so yeah, we want a huge health and barrier. So that would be helmets and boots, I think it was. Yeah. And then we've got to do an Acolyte of Cool, right? Since they gain some nice barrier stuff. 75% barrier about. Then I think there's something in here that also buffs it. Yeah, barrier mastery. Gotta be them. We could do that to get a little bit more. There's nothing else I really want. It would be good to have some form of dodge or block so that we can reduce the damage to the barrier and it gets to max faster. So the second artifact, we might want to grab the dodge thing to go with that. And protect the barrier. Which should be Edge of Darkness. Yeah, I think it would be that and the shard. And it was helmet boots there. Alright, I think we can try now. So, Acolytes. That does have some bonus health. I think Death Touch doesn't heal at all. But if we're going for like barrier and dodge, that might work. I'm not sure. And then we go for the extra barrier here. Why not? I guess that's fine. Oh, I didn't even think about the skills I was gonna do. Shouldn't be too important. Oh, this one has some extra lunar damage on it. So that actually should buff it up slightly. So the helmet was basic, but we want to fill out the other slots first so that all of the rerolls go into the ones with uniques available. That should be the most efficient. Wait, I need to look up what rarity the boots were, right? I don't know what they correspond to. We're doing it live, so here... let's get some big holes, I guess. Actually, that's not maxed out. We'll do some big missiles then. That is not it. Oh, this one has less lives to lose. Crap. That's gonna make stats like damage per life lost a lot worse. Oops. Yeah, I guess the regular was just better than... oh well. Attack reach. Then here, do we want to freeze stuff? Yeah, sure. Might help us keep the barrier active. I'll get a little bit of freeze going. My passive doesn't even do damage. I'll get some Primal Rose. Let's do attack reach. Passive damage again, sick. Luna's fine. primal and attack speed. The attack speed's... yeah, that works with the dodge proc thing, that's fine. Movement, I like teleport, and in fact the barrier generation should be pretty good here. Nope. Damage per life lost. Artifact damage, yeah. Trying to get a lot of that. Alright, so we don't want helmet and boots, so these would be fine. Quick Strike would give energy generation, which probably won't do anything eventually. And solar damage is pretty bad. It says 2 damage stats and then freeze, which might be pretty good. Yeah, it seems fine. Could also go for the proc chance set bonus, but that might not be super likely. Then we have to find out what all I want to do with these. Instant attack, attack reach would be pretty nice on that. What would be good on the missiles? Lots of projectile-based stuff here would be decent. And also here. Yeah, since we don't really need it as the damage ability, I think we can go Moon there and then Sun there. Which do we want to add the extra slots to? Probably just the basic attack, since that's going to be super important. Attack speed. Health is actually pretty important. Attack speed, damage taken. So we want the dodge and the barrier. Here we go. This is actually going to really reduce my survivability, but oh well. So no helmet or boots, pants are fine. Get a set bonus there. Projectile probably doesn't do a ton, but the other two are decent. Yeah, I think I'm fine with that. Then we'll get the attack reach there. XP is okay to get early on. We might actually want the block chance to help protect the barrier. Solar res. Attack reach. Damage is stunned. Can I use that? I don't think so, but that has health on it. Attack reach. Pass. Crit chance. And again, I think ability damage won't work for this since it's an artifact. Passive and damage to frozen. We can use one of those. I think I'd rather get the big movement speed early on so we can scat around faster. Crit damage. Then we'll go ahead and increase the slots on that. Then we double the sun. We could do that with 11 left, no helmet or boots. Which we got both of. We're just getting helmet and boots back and forth. We got one chest to choose from, which is completely awful. Nope. Okay, here's 3 chests. We can get the set with either of these. This has barrier recharge and amounts. That sounds cool, even though one set will be wasted. I think that just fits the build too nicely. And then, is there anything we want more than like attack arc on that? Looks like nope. Damage. Now we've got a Frost Whirlwind going as well. Attack reach. What are we looking at here? Just the 2 legendaries left. We know the head is on white items. I don't know what the boots are on. I think they're on legendary. So we could get it here, but we kind of have to roll on different like rarities. Let's see, that one is same, and we never saw it on the same one as that on the last run, right? So it might be a different rarity. Wait, the helmet is definitely a different one. The boots are what we're looking for here. Alright, no dice, gotta skip. What do we want on this? Actually, I guess the freezing vortex is more important. And that only has like 1 rune available. Well, that'll be good for it, I guess. We could get the helmet here, I guess. Nope, gotta skip. Artifact damage. Rare items, that'll help us find uniques. Crit damage. Early XP. I think skip here? Just so we can find this stuff faster, and then we've got to skip that. Double the chance to freeze. Attack reach is okay. Damage to health is fine. Attack reach damage. And then we have primal left that can be doubled. So we'll probably just build that for max damage then. Unless we want to do like extra projectiles without doubling it, just to improve the freezing there. We can also do some projectile stuff there. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Just making it apply as many freezes as possible as well. Lunar works. Let's do some more freezing. Split chance. Damage taken reduced. try and find the helmets. Man, we're not gonna get any uniques here. And I actually know what rarity they're on now, too. So projectile amount or pierce? I think pierce will probably do more. That's a lot of piercing on it. Then this should be the last rune, so pre-rerolls. Use. I like the movement speed right now. Double shot, is that any good? I don't think so. We definitely need some rare item chance to help find the uniques. Movement damage reflects, not great. Take the primal res here, I think. Movements. Oh, you can get that on multiple things, huh? Rare items, we need that really, really bad. Might just take some skips if there's nothing really good. So I can try and find the uniques. Alright, so now we need the dodge thing to help keep the barrier going. There you go, Edge of Darkness, 10% chance to refresh dodge charges. Although we actually need to get a source of those as well. Alright, so we can get the boots here, I think. There we go, artifact damage. That's 1 down. And then I'll take the barrier recharge since that fits the builds. Even though I really want rerolls to find the items. So the helmet was a white item. We have to skip until we find one of those. There we go, straight away, not bad. Big health, and we can eventually get some attack reach by leveling it up. I guess stacking the rare item stuff really helped out then. We'll try and finish off the freezing thing. Attack speed, for life lost. That's terrible. Damage for life loss is decent. Although I'm really wishing I went for a basic human now. So all of those stats would scale up a lot more. I think Death Touch was actually a pretty big mistake here. Freeze. Gloves are the high rarity thing. Oh wait, I have everything. I got so into the re-rolling for those, oops. Yeah, attack speed's probably fine. Bonus health is good. Attack reach. Does damage stagger interrupt barrier recharge? I'm actually not sure on that. That could actually be pretty bad if it does. Like, it's interrupted by damage. I'm not sure how stagger would interrupt or interact with that, I mean. Reducing large damage spikes over time. Does not affect damage from those. 5% until fully consumed. If you get healing, it's subtracted from the staggered damage. So yeah, another huge penalty to death touched. I don't know if this is bad for me or not. It could break the build, so I'm going to try and avoid it. So we'll take the instant attack, I guess, here. If I wasn't Death Touch, we could just heal through it with, like, healing souls and all. Explosion just one-shot them. Block and movement is fine. Actually, movement recharge is kind of nice since you get 50% every time. I'll do the early XP again. Stagger. I'll just do the rare. Elites. Let's do some damage for life lost here. Damage to injureds. Barrier amount I like. Yeah. Power damage to burning. We can eventually get burn on that. And that. Power is going to be terrible later on. But we can kind of use them. Ooh, barrier. We haven't seen the barrier passive at all yet, wow. Attack, projectile splits. Dodge charges, we need those very badly to go with the artifacts. Attack speed per life loss is fine here. Rerolls and damage taken, that's decent. I'll do artifact damage here. Healthy and healing soul. I don't think healing soul even works on me at all. Then we can rarity these up and try to get some cool stats. I'll do another one, I think. Artifact and movement is okay. We at least don't waste anything there. That's not very good. XP works, target amount works on that thing, but that's not very good. I'll take it for the XP soul though. Barrier. XP soul, yeah. That greater literally doesn't even work on me. My passive does no damage and I have no healing. Sick. Crit damage. Movement there is okay. Proc for the dodge thing is not bad. Yeah, we might want to grab a bit of that. Artifacts. Or health reach, actually, that's very nice. Since health gives us damage as well here. Attack arc. And then I'll do movements, artifacts. Actually, I already hit an entire circle with my cleave, don't I? Solar and burn, kind of useful. Crit chance. Ooh, double barrier. Movements. And rare items, so we can get more levels for those. Attack reach double shots, decent. Barrier. Crit damage. Health and attack reach. Barrier recharge. That has stagger, so we're gonna avoid that. Just in case. Rerolls or attack speed. Yeah, we get decent value out of that this time at least. Let's do more barrage. Double barrier. Healing soul is useless. Health and attack reach. XP and burn. Yeah, I guess it's fine. Health or attack reach or block. That one's harder to get, so we'll go there. I think skip that. Dodge charges, very nice. That's useless. Attack speed it is. Attack speed. Block chance. Reach and freeze, that's pretty good. Yep. Rerolls, I think. We can kind of use energy cost, but it's not great on this build. Block chance is good. And I think we're capped on attack arc. So I think I'm just gonna go there. The more we can save the dodge charges, the better. Barrier recharge. Barrier. Attack reach target amounts. That's fine. These are not great. Crit damage. Primal or freeze. We'll take the higher. XP. Max out the barrier. I think health and reach here. Damage per life lost is helpful. Rarity, and then big attack reach. Damage per life lost is decent. Ooh, dodge charges. I think I want to grab that though. We need as many of those as I can get from the souls. Damage per life is good. So is artifacts. We do need some primal res, and passive does absolutely nothing. Ooh, I do like the movement charge though. Teleport is so good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having another of those. Oh my god, we one-shot them with the artifact pop. So we're capped on the damage reduction now at this level. Yeah, 75%. Alright. I don't think that works on me. Damage to elites is decent, but dodge charge, yeah. I'll do injured. Stun. I don't think we can do that. It would be just that with any chance on gear, which is very unlikely to happen. So I think I'm just gonna skip that. We got another second scroll, still no completed ones. Prayer and instant attack, not bad. Bonus health reach is pretty good. But we can get full bonus health for more explosion damage. Let's try and finish off the barrage now, I think. Attack and artifact, that's quite good. Those all waste a bit. Attack speed, chance to freeze. I guess so. And big bonus health. Projectile isn't the greatest. Ooh, decent crit there. Proc chance is not bad, but crit and movement is kind of nice. Injured. Ooh, barrier recharge. Barrage. Another dodge charge. Attack reach movement's decent, yeah? Rare isn't great. I'll just take the instant attack, I guess. Nice bonus health. Artifacts. Attack reach is nice, sure. Barrier mount is nice. Oh, that's two stats we can use. That's fine. Reach and damage to healthy. Bonus health. Damage for life lost. Health and proc chance. Yeah, that's quite nice. Barrier mount, so sounds good. Oh, we should rarity. And then we'll do health reach. Barrage. Damage frozen. Barrier mounts. I'll get a bit of energy cost. Rare and instant attack is decent. And then we'll just stack the health here. I'll do attack speed free since it doesn't waste anything. Injured, or all damage is fine. Passive does nothing, elite is fine. Ooh, big barrier mounts. I guess health kind of does the same thing anyways, doesn't it? Since the barrier is based on health anyways. Max out the Embrace next. Ability and damage to frozen. I think we skip there. Lunar damages stuns. Yeah. Block chance is nice. Rarity and some big attack speed. Or actually double barrier, that's cool. Crit and attack speed, yep. Damage. Health and reach. Damage to frozen. Crit attack speed. Don't want to do the stagger just in case. Crit freeze is pretty decent. Chance is decent. Yeah. Max out Embrace. Damage for life lost. Energy cost really doesn't do a lot. Attack reach and stun. Huh, it's fine. Three stats we can use there, but there's also health and reach there, which is more fun. Health and reach. Reach and pierce. Yeah, that's fine. Proc chance for extra dodge stuff? Yeah, it's probably fine. Crit and chance to freeze. That's ready. We have decent rerolls. And then that has 3 sets we can use. Crits and chance to freeze. Lunar damage. Artifact damage. More block chance. Probably skip there. Damage for life loss, crit chance, or proc. We need to get the crit up a bit, I think. Tough choice. I think I'm gonna go for the lesser soul fragment that gives XP here. And we'll do double barrier. Barrier recharge and rare items is pretty nice. Health. Barrier. Attack speed. Skip. Health and reach. Artifact damage. Don't think any of these even do anything for me. Attack, reach, and burn is okay. Damage to elites. Damage to healthy. Lunar and projectile splits is fine. Energy cost, nah. Big bonus health. Max out obliterate finally. Health attack reach. Double barrier. This actually ended up being a pretty cool build. Full screen ice whirlwind, and then the explosions just delete everything. Damage barrier recharge, very nice. Crit damage. Attack and movement recharge is okay. Crits and freeze. Attack speed lunar. I'll do more block, I think. Primal res? Oh, burning, we can kind of use that. Yeah, sigil with the chance, that's fine. Damage to elites is okay. Damage for life lost. We would need like 10 for that to be the same on elites, which isn't even possible with the race I went with here. Procker damage to healthy. Damage to burning. Health. Skip here. Block. Proc and pass. Pass up doesn't even do damage. I'll take the frozen damage. Barrier and primal. Another movement? Yeah, I guess so. Artifacts. Health. And some more. Actually, double barrier. That's always fun. I think we skip here. Barrier there. Yeah. Crits and attack speed. Full crits. Crit and proj. Damage to elites. Barrier recharge. Ability damage. I don't think that works. So damage for life loss. Double barrier. Attack reach. Damage to frozen. Health attack reach. Let's do instant attack, I guess. Health and reach. Artifact damage, yeah. Damage. Full artifact damage there. It's decent. Double shots. Health and reach. Barrier recharge. Health regen does nothing. I'll take the reroll and damage to injured then. Chance. Block. XP and damage for life loss is decent. Healthy. Health and reach. Health and reach. Barrier injured, pretty nice. Health and reach. Oh my god, I can't see anymore. Health. Health and reach. Crit chance. Another second scroll. Health and reach. Damage burning. Crit damage, yeah. Proc chance. I'll do the crit chance there. Rare and energy is okay. Health attack. Lunar and proc. Barrier recharge. Guys, I think we got a silly build. And it's actually really good too. None of these do a ton. Health? Yeah. Attack and reach. Or health and reach, I mean. Block is good. Yeah. Health. XP. Damage to frozen or elites. I don't think we really need any more of that with all the movement charges I have. Big health. Double shots. I guess so. Maybe that'll help proc the dodge artifact a bit more, I guess. And also all the freeze related stuff. I'll do artifact damage. Barrier. Block. Yeah. Damage to injured there is the only real thing. Block chance. Damage for life loss is still decent. Burning. Crit and proj. Energy and XP, I suppose. Reroll and healthy. Damage for life. Two decent things there. All damage. Yeah. I guess we could do some double rarity up, but it makes it a lot harder to find two stats that aren't already kept. But health and reach is nice. Primal res. Lunar damage. Probably take some rerolls here for the item stuff. Solar damage to elites. Rare target amounts. We'll just go with the frozen. Instant attack. Barrier recharge? Yeah. Another scroll 2. Health and attack reach. I guess we'll do the up there. And another one. These are terrible. Lunar damage. Double barrier. Freeze. Massive barrier recharge. Crit damage. Damage for life lost, and movement ability does nothing. Health attack reach. I don't think any of these work. Nope. Damage to frozen is okay. I guess energy on block technically works, but it's not very good, but I guess 2 stats there. Attack reach. Health. Skip. Skip. Damage to frozen. These are all wasting something, so we'll toss some rerolls. Health and reach. XP, I guess more power. XP and damage to elites, decent. Damage to elites. Skip. Damage for the life loss. Lunar damage. It's getting hard to see the items now. Rerolls and healthy. Health and reach. Let's go ahead and cap out that crit chance. Health and reach. Another second scroll, I suppose. Damage to burning. Artifacts. Shard is up to 98.5% now. Crit damage. Skip. This will waste something. I'll do another. Health and reach. Damage to frozen? Yeah. This might actually be one of the best builds I've ever made in this game. With the new artifact damage boots. Pretty cool. Instant and solar res. Like, we're just stacking defensive stats and they're giving me insane damage somehow. Damage to injured? Yeah. None of these work for me. Skip. Damage to healthy. Barrier recharge. Health and reach. Yeah, damage to health is fine. Those technically work, but they're just some of the worst stats we could get. I think I'd rather just have the rerolls. Recharge. Solar res is okay, but barrier amounts. Damage burning and rare. Double barrier. Another one, health and reach, or double barrier. Block chance, yeah. Health and energy costs, yep. Double damage. Health. Attack reach. Damage to frozen. Reroll to try and find something that doesn't waste stuff. Double barrier. That has stagger, so I'll skip that. Damage to burning. I don't think any of these really matters. Energy cost is irrelevant when the artifact is 99% of my damage, blocking damage to injured. Primal res is kind of helpful. You can do it eventually when I max out the resistances. These are terrible. Health and artifact is really good. Artifact solar res, pretty nice. Artifacts. Primal res, yeah, it's fine. Double barrier. Damage to frozen. Attack reach. Block. Health and recharge. Health and reach. Attack reach and artifacts, that's pretty good. Barrier. Damage to elites. Does anyone know if stagger damage will interrupt your barrier as it's ticking? Because that actually would be pretty useful to know. Rerolls. I'll just take the injured. Damage to frozen. Health and reach. Proc chance for the dodge? I guess so. Ability and proc. Ability does nothing, so just proc. Proc chance. Damage to elites. Let's do barrier mounts. Proc chance. Oh crap, I keep forgetting about the boss. No! I still had time left! Can the ghost even kill me? Do you even gain anything from killing the death gods? I literally can't die if I'm running away. Alright, well, that's enough of that build. We can let it end now. But that was a huge success. 6.245 trillion damage. So 6 quadrillion. Okay. I got 4 scrolls. That seems to be the limit I've gotten for here so far. Still only 2 of each. Alright, I will be right back. But there was some new passive or power ability, I think, that sounded pretty cool. Trigger power attack, strike the closest nearby enemy that has at least one condition. 150 to 250% for each condition on it. To that enemy and to all enemies behind it. Yeah, if we could combine that with the snake shot that has a 35% chance to inflict a random condition, that would be really cool. We would need short bows, survival, dagger, and shadow arts. That should be doable on Rogue or Hunter, I think? Hunter does not have daggers. And Thief does not have short bows. So that should do it, I think. What is the other stuff? Daggers and shadow arts. Okay, that might not be possible there then. Oh, it is. Okay, Cult Initiate. Okay, let's just try Hunter with that then. We could grab the Dodge artifact if I wanted there. The Frostfire thing would be really cool so we could stack up double conditions even faster. But I might be gimping my damage too much if I do that. I probably want the arrowhead? Actually, no, the passive wouldn't really be affected by that, right? So we could actually have the artifact that scales your passives up based on the number of copies you have. But it's kind of hard to get like 2 unique items you want and then 3 different legendaries with all of that, so I'm kind of not a big fan of that most of the time. Edge of Darkness is usually super nice, so I'm probably gonna grab that. And then we could just grab the Mega Crits, and then that would work pretty well with procs. Since we had 2 there, we could just grab the unique for them. I think that would be simpler to pull off. I don't think that would be a projectile, right? So that probably wouldn't work on it. So Hunter with the 2 proc artifacts, let me max that thing out. Snake Shot for the power ability. And then we want something that's really good at generating energy so that we can use that a lot and apply all the random conditions. And we want to get stuff to maximize the number of hits and all we can do with those to keep all that up. And then we'll do that for damage since we should be able to have like 3 conditions on them. So up to 750 and an AoE. Could be cool. I think that's enough. Oh, right, we need to do the uniques. So, oh yeah, we would have to have passive damage for the boots. And then proc would be good. If there's nothing else I really want. Oh yeah, the chromatic set would be really cool. But I guess it's not that good. It's okay, but not really amazing. Yeah, I think I'd rather have a non-set stuff. Energy cost would be okay. You can get that through souls and stuff though. I guess barrel would be decent. I think I'd just do plate and boots. So chest and boots. So Hunter, and we actually would go Ouroborean for the attack and movement, right? I think so. And then we need the Dagger Shadow Arts. And I think that's fine. So I think Thief's Dagger is very good at generating energy as you scale up the stats on that. It might want some of the same runes as Snake Shot though, since they're both like projectile based stuff. Scimitar is actually pretty good for a melee. Is there anything else that's really good? Oh, Soldier's Sword are better than Scimitar, I think, for melee stuff. Let's just grab the daggers, I think. Since we're going to be scaling up all the projectile stuff anyways. Or wait, that's not the throwing dagger. Oops. Let me restart that. We have the throwing daggers there, right? That's what I meant to grab. These daggers are melee. Okay, we don't have the throwing daggers. Let's just do the basic bow, which is fiery short bow, right? Yeah, I think that's the fastest one. Then we want Snake Shot for all the random conditions. Let's do attack speed. Attack speeds. I should actually wait until we get the passive, because that's going to be the main damage. But let's see what we're going to be cooking with on these. Sun would be pretty good. Yeah, Sun has a lot of good stuff for projectiles. I think Moon's pretty good for a spender. Should have energy cost reduction there, and the splits. And maybe something else like duration or something. So we might be able to do Sun and then Moon. And then since Primordial is good for damage, that'll probably be good for the passive. Moon would be splits and cost reduction, I think. It's also really good here. I think we'll probably put 3 on the short bow, since everything else will be dependent on that. So yeah, I think Sun makes the most sense there. Or does it? Projectile Mount and Pierce are the main ones. Oh yeah, instant attack. Yeah, we'll do the triple on that one, I think. And then we are looking for the condition thing. Here we go, exploit weakness to that enemy and all enemies behind it. Sounds pretty cool. So what can we put on that? Huh, attack reach would have been kind of nice as well. But Primordial is just so good for damage. Like crit damage and then damage for life loss to double those. Really hard to compete with that, I think. But let's get all this stuff going on that. It'd be instant and pierce on that, right? Yeah. Let's get a little bit of burn freeze going. XP there. Sure, we'll get that early on. Oh yeah, what rarity are the things here? I'm pretty sure they're both on Legendary, but I'm not 100% sure. I think they are. But we'll want to skip here, I think. We can get one Legendary, I guess. So we have to avoid armor and boots. Unless we just get the passive ability damage right away, that works. And we need to build the rerolls back up. That's primal, so none of these really help. Damage to stun, that should work. And we'll add the extra runes. Let's get some piercing. Energy cost is very good, right? Because that triggers when the power attack goes off. So it actually works on both of those. Although, the cap on energy cost is 50%, isn't it? So we're actually going to hit that right away, now that I think about it. Let's see, on solar damage is fine. Since that's our basic attack. And then we'll go ahead and double the sun runes. Do some piercing. Skip. Passive is good, yep. I think I'm gonna skip here. Try and get some rerolls for the items. Yeah, what dash do we want? I think with the dodge artifacts, this will be kind of redundant, even though it's my favorite one. But we may as well try out the energy generation thing then. Let's do some more early XP. Solar and burning. Then we can get one more big sun rune with the piercing. Yep. And then let's get snake shots. If we get the cost reduction on that, that'll work for both of them. In case we don't get any of that on gear, that'll be handy. Let's get another dodge charge just in case. We're going to be very squishy on this run, I think. Looters? Will that do anything? I think any attacks that land on us late game are going to one-shot me anyways, so I think that's just a wasted set. Chance to freeze, attack reach. Balance the dodge. Yep. Let's go ahead and double those, since that'll work on both. Solar damage. I don't think that works, since that won't really be our primary damage target amount. I don't think that does anything. It would work on that, I guess. And maybe that, but that's terrible, I think. Attack reach, yeah, we will want that for the snake shot and the AoE. Power ability, that should be useless here. Attack reach is fine. Projectile. Then we can grab the final moon rune. Let's do split to get as many procs as possible on the conditions. Then now we need big damage on exploits. Huh, I guess we could use all the damage to status effect stuff as well. Let me double those first and then go lose some lives to get that part set up. Damage for life lost. All damage. Rare items and artifacts. Artifacts won't do damage here, but the rare items is helpful to get the uniques. We're looking for a chest, so no. What can we put on that? That is primal, but we could convert it. Could also just get stun on it. I guess double shot would give it more energy generation, that makes sense. Let's see, we could get the chest here. We can fill out some of the legendary slots to make it easier as well. Oh, if we could get quick strike items as the passive ability, that would give a lot of energy generation, and then we use both of those more often. That would be pretty insane. It's gonna be kind of hard to find everything for this build, but the payoff could be pretty insane. So we either want chest or quick strike. Quick strike on gloves. Ooh, the stats on that are so bad though. There's only one semi-decent thing there. Okay, screw that. Quick strike or unique chest. Gloves, no. Quick strike. Honestly, that seems fine. Rare items. Ability and damage per life loss. That's pretty good. Actually need to lose some lives to get my damage up though. I don't think so. Wait, crap. That's a passive ability. Oops. Attack speed or ability damage? Movement to life lost. And I don't think there's anything that really matters. I guess attack arc might help land them? For the energy generation? I don't know. Attack speed. I'll take another movement or two, I guess. Okay, if I run into those spikes, I can lose some lives at least. So we're looking for the mega crit thing here. There we go, Band of Primal Power. Passive, that's good. Dang it, it's hard to run into those. But I need the damage. Passive and burn, that's quite good. Alright, that should be enough damage for now. Let's do project mounts. Attack reach and stun is pretty good. Skip here. That's a tanky boy. Attack speed. Instant attack is good. Attack speed per life loss is very good. Passive and damage is very good. Primary is useless. Instant attack. Movement per life loss is pretty nice, now that we've got that down. Piercing. No. We're trying to avoid chest, so helmet would be fine. That has quick strike. The dodge charges will be kind of bad, but the other stuff is fine, I think. It's gonna be kind of hard to beat that, so... Oh, well, we'll just take it. Attack arc, don't think that really does anything. Crit damage. Damage and rerolls, that's quite nice. Damage taken. I think damage to elites here? Movement per life loss and damage is pretty nice. More resistance pierce. Then we could max that out. And then I guess we may as well. Ants are fine. We want to find quick strike for more generation. And we want to avoid armor, even though it has the quick strike. Armor again. Pants, no quick strike. Armor. There we go, Defiler's Plate +2, very nice. Damage to healthy. Piercing. Skip there, and then probably just wait for a blue. Well, we might miss some item upgrades, I suppose. I'll just see what we can get. Although I do really want Quick Strike, so we can apply even more conditions. Quick Strike. Ooh, the stats on that are really bad though. 2 that are gonna do basically nothing. I think we probably just wait then. Yeah, the stats on those aren't great either. Whoopsie. Projectile. None of those really do anything. Don't think so. Let's go ahead and get the elemental effects up since we need that for the ability to do damage. Quick Strike with pretty bad stats. I think I'm gonna reroll. Alright, it's really hard to find a Quick Strike with decent stats, rip. Freeze. Crit chance, I think. Yeah, only thing that does anything there. Double shot, that's fine. Actually, rare damage to stun, both of those work. Passive. Alright, new plan, we just take any Quick Strike, I guess. Critical hit chance, damage taken. Seems like that's about the best we're gonna get. Unless I wanted the set bonus there. No, power's useless. Projectile. Well, it should eventually be useless anyways. Attack speed for life lost. Because of all of the passive damage we're going to have on the unique item. Rerolls. Elites is decent. Lunar, no. Solar isn't great. That has... Well, health isn't great either. We'll just take the decent passive there. Crit chance. Elites. Skip, I think. Projectile. Elites. Stuns. I guess we'll want to get the damage reduction at some point. Ooh, proc and rare items is pretty good. Oh my god, we got an eldRICH. I wonder, can I get that in this run now? All scrolls of the set to unlock the eldRICH item. The Thorns of the Dying Sun. Rarity, and then... Rarity again? Proc chance, I guess? Yeah, maybe we'll just take that. Get some more rare item early on. Ability damage is fine. Yeah, we want to get as much conditions going as possible. Projectile splits. Chain targets. I don't think we have anything for that. Attack speed. So damage to frozen should work here. Passive or attack speed. Don't think any of these really help. Damage to stun does work. Gets more status effects, and then attack speed rare item. Damage to healthy. These are terrible. Crit chance, I guess. Attack speed for life loss is fantastic. Ooh, proc chance. Proj amounts. Those are pretty bad. Those are pretty bad as well. Survivability or half attack speed. That's not going to do anything late game. Damage to frozen. Ability and projectile amount. That's solid. Burn, yeah. Passive is good. Burn there, or damage to frozen. Probably just that. Ooh, proc chance. So we actually maxed out the main stats you gain on those. Which means they are basically useless, actually, huh? Chance to freeze. Wait, do I even have lunar damage? A tiny amount on the edge of darkness? That, I guess, might come in handy at some points. Isn't my attack speed maxed now? Not quite. Okay. Burning, yeah. Stun with Primal. We do have a lot of Primal. Oh, I got an eldRICH item in here, but it would replace one of the uniques for my build. And it's pure reflected damage. No, it's terrible! Why? What is this? Would that be enough to make the middle thorns build we tried earlier any good? I don't think so, but maybe. But that would kill my build here. Freeze on Lunar. I guess so. Damage to healthy. Proc chance. Crit damage? Or all damage? Damage to burning. My first eldRICH item is so bad, why? What is my attack speed at now? 480. Close enough, we'll go into the proc here. Proc and damage. And damage to Frozen. Attack reach is nice. Damage to Frozen or XP. Yeah, we should get that early on. Passive. This one doesn't waste anything. Crit damage. Yeah, let's keep pumping the XP, I think, actually. Ability? Yeah, it's higher rarity and it works. Rare item, sure. I guess if I don't find another eldRICH item by the end of this run, I'm going to have to try it again with that one. Proc and Tribal, that's decent. Crit and chance to freeze, sure. Pierce and rerolls is okay. Passive or crits. I'll do another rub. And just take whatever, I guess. Burn, that's fine. It's gonna be hard to get decent items with all the junk stats we got there because of the quick strikes. Might not have been ideal. Oh well. Double shots. It is cool having an absolutely ton of snakes that apply random elemental effects, and then having that chain in and applying the passive effect as well that gets the damage off of them. XP. Projectile splits. Nice passive or global. Rocking damage, very nice. Rerolls. So much junk to go through. Rerolls, stun. Pierce. Damage from burning. It's giving me the junk again. Go away. Pass is good. Damage from pierce is great. Chance of burn is okay. These are terrible. Solar and Pierce is okay. These crit's okay. Attack speed, yeah. Damage frozen. Instant attack. Attack speed. Proc and damage is great. Damage from burning. Crit and artifacts. That does nothing. Damage for life loss is pretty solid. Is always something, which is going to be pretty hard to avoid, I guess. All damage. Projectile splits. Stun is okay. Ooh, projectile split. Crits. Neither of those do anything. Damage to healthy. I guess we should just take anything useful in the items instant attack. Chance of freezing crit damage. Yeah, that works. Ability damage. Damage for life loss. All damage. Proc chance. I guess that's probably the best here. Damage step frozen. Primary does nothing. Technically, the lunar might be useful, so maybe. Can we find a legendary? It's fully useful, kind of, but not really. Damage to burning. Waste a bit on health, but the other stuff is nice. Damage to burning. Damage to proc is nice. Projectile splits. Health and proc. Solar and damage to injureds. I don't think solar does anything, so we may as well grab some split here. Damage for life lost. Yep. XP. Don't think those really do anything. Damage for life lost. Damage proc is amazing. Those are terrible. That's mostly solar damage. Gonna have to reroll this. Ooh, damage proc is amazing. That does nothing. Stun is fine. We have a lot of primal damage. Damage to healthy. Passive works. Damage and proc, nice. And attack reach. Crit and chance of stun, not bad. Don't think so. Big passive there. Block chance? Gonna be hard to get enough of that to do anything, I think. It does go before dodge, though. I don't think so. XP soul, sure. Target amount, no. Another thorny boy. Damage for life loss is, I think, one of the best damage stats. Damage to burning. Damage for life loss. Crit chance. Damage to burning. Yeah. Health and proc. Oh, full passive. Chance to burn. Projectile splits. Power. Although I can't help but notice exploit weakness is less than half the damage of my power attack. Even though I have like 1000% passive damage. And I have all 3 elemental conditions for it. Crit damage. Rarity. That's 2 into solar, 2 into passive, oh, 3 into crit chance. Ability damage. XP. Critical hit damage. Yeah. Projectile splits. Two kind of useful things. Instant attack. Damage to healthy. Full crits, but it does cap it out now. That's even harder to roll items. Movement ability does nothing, but proc is okay. Big damage there, though. Damage to stuns. Health and burn. Oh, crit damage. Projectile splits. Double or instant. Double shots. Damage to frozen. Damage to burning. Damage for life loss. Ooh, damage proc and passive. Let's go here. Primary is useless. I'll take that for the double shots. Attack reach is decent. Proc chance. Not really. Proc chance. Can we find anything good? Fantastic. Damage and proc chance. Projectile amount and rerolls. Yep. Elites. Useless, I think. Chance to burn. Damage to burning. Although it does seem like I should have just gone for the snake shot. Projectile splits. Fucking health. And another one. Damage to healthy. Chance to stun. Damage to elites. Skip. Passive and damage for life loss. That's really good. Crit damage, sure. Full passive. Attack reach. Sure. Barrier might actually come in handy, and it has a stun, sure. Injured or pierce. That is 2 on the passive, I guess. Damage to elites. Double barrier. I guess I'll try it. Maybe we should have converted the weakness into solar damage, So it'd work better with the items. But it's half the damage with like over 1000% passive. And this is about as good as it's going to get. Proc chance. With this many elemental conditions applied. Nothing great. I'll take the injured, I guess. Pierce. Dave ship burning. Elites. All damage. XP. Proc chance. XP, yeah. Like, we could be getting a lot of solar damage on that item, but I'm kind of trying to avoid it, since it really only affects the basic attack. I'd say double passive roll? Yeah, I guess so. One of these days my passive will do damage. But that day is not today. That's a double on damage. Three kind of useful things. Damage and XP. Filer's plate 69, nice. That doesn't do anything. All damage. Damage for life loss, yeah. Proc chance. It's an attack. Or two that are kind of useful. Proc and damage, nice. That is 2 on damage, yeah. Proc chance. XP. XP. Instant attack. Chunk. XP or damage. Double damage. Splits. Actually, damage for life loss, yeah. Almost at the absolute maximum on that. Proc damage. No, proc chance is decent. That is 1 on proc. That's not great. There we go, damage proc. No. Attack reach. Projectile amounts. Rerolls. Proc chance. Damage to injured. Injured and force, I guess. Power and stuns. Damage for life lost. Another thorn armor. Rockin' damage. Double shots. Damage to frozen. Attack reach and chance of freeze. Freeze, I think. No, damage to healthy. All damage and double shot's pretty good. But XP and life lost is better. Primal's fine. Man, I'm in the level up screen more than anything else. I'm trying to do it as fast as I can. Healthy. Damage proc. Damage. The single target does seem pretty crazy though. Good damage. That is 1 on proc. Ooh, full passive. Attack reach. Damage burning. Rarity. Finally, after 10,000 years, exploit weakness is finally the #1 ability. With over 1,000% passive damage. That's all it took to be slightly better than the debuff ability. Double damage. Another thorns. Burning. Projectile. Burn. I guess. Proccing damage. Attack reach. Proccing damage. Proc. Damage. Reach and freeze. One on passive. Instant attack. All damage. Projectile immense. Attack reach. Passive. Oh, damage for life lost. Damage to elites. Now I'll do double shot. That is 1 on proc. 2 on passive, I guess so. Full passive. Nope. Projectile amounts. Fucking damage. Double shots. I guess it's nice that you keep getting 5 rerolls from that thing. Damage for life lost. Damage for burning. I'll do... yeah, that's fine. Damage. Passive. Proc chance. Burn's okay. Full passive. Double damage. Set attack. Man, the number of snakes per second I do is off the charts. Proc chance. Special amount. Damage to stuns. Pierce. Attack reach? Yeah. Injured. Proc chance. Damage proc chance. Everything is maxed out. Proc chance. Rock chance. Injured. Burn. Full passive. Injured. Skip. Instant attack. Second eldRICH off the same encounter. Damage to elites. Instant attack. Burn. Attack force and splits. Okay. Double shots. Projectile amounts. Time to reroll a bunch. That is 2 on damage. That's fine, I guess. Projectile amounts. Frozen. Oh, I got spiked. Tier 15. So the build was overall pretty good, but I am not impressed with exploit weakness at all. Like, we had everything set up for that. Every condition in the game applied by Snake Shot, with insane number of hits on that. And we had Snake Shot built to improve that as well, like the energy cost reduction, so that we just trigger that as much as possible. Tons of energy generation and instant hits and all there. But exploit weakness somehow seems to be really bad right now. And we only got 1 scroll off of that. Jesus. And that was with all of the uniques for it. Over 1,000% damage on the boots with the fur. Something seems off with that one. But unfortunately, we only got 1 garbage eldRICH item, so we're gonna have to try and make it work. Damage reflected on hit, increased reflected damage chest slots. So we'll definitely want the reflect gloves, right? Where are the uniques? And then I guess it'd probably be the helmet with health and reach. Or gloves of damage. Yeah, so helmets, gloves, and chest. And artifacts, we need the AoE thing, and what else? Don't do any damage, it would just be healing. I don't know if there's even a second good artifact. I guess just the crit thing? I must be missing something. It doesn't seem like there's anything good for it. And of course the flail, since that has the damage reflected on it. Power... Don't think it really matters. Oh, if we could add in the roar so we gain some consistent healing. Yeah, that might help a lot actually. We'll be a full primal damage paladin. Passive. Don't think there's anything amazing here. Quick Strike would allow Roar more, but I don't think we can add both of them in. Other than on the couple of legendary items. That should be level 10 since we might want to grab that. So helmet, chest, and gloves. The only slots we're looking for are legs and feet, I think. Reflect and crit artifacts. Let's just try it on one of these double things I get. No, it's really hard to find unique items there. And we want 2 uniques and an eldRICH. That's probably not going to happen. Yeah, I think we've got to do the Shattered Ritual then. So we probably don't want to reduce the health here. Just stick with regular human. And then we needed the Savage to get the Primal Roar to give us some consistent healing. And we wanted the Flail. Primal Roar. Let's do some attack stats first so we can kill stuff before the reflect stuff is online. Take the highest that's useful to me. Nope. So it seems like the eldRICH was always its own drop. It's not like something you can roll into or that replaces the other stuff when you're selecting there. So I guess maybe we'll just take the Primal since we're kind of built into... Well, if we get a solar thing, then I can use damage to burning on basically anything. Yeah, that makes more sense actually. Since the passive's not really going to do damage anyways. So we want to get a lot of hits with that and have that cast extremely often for the healing. Reach would be good, but that's about the only thing there. Energy cost there. That's going to be hard to build, isn't it? Those are the only 2 we want on it. Would I ever put those 2... and then double those 2 categories with the extra rune slot? That would be really strange. We would go Primordial with the main attack, which would be absolutely nothing good there. So I don't think we can do that. With a flail, we would want a lot of sun runes. So maybe we double the moon and just take some random stuff on that, I guess? Yeah, I don't think we're passing up that on the flail. Attack reach. Oh yeah, I guess we probably will add in the extra runes on that. Since it's just the cost reduction and basically nothing. Wow, this is gonna be a weird rune setup. Cost reduction, double, convert to lunar so that we can get some free stuff maybe? That sounds so strange. But I think that's the only one that really even benefits from the extra runes. Weird. Burn. And we double the sun. Dodge. That might be a bad thing here. I have no idea if Primal works on a Reflect. I hope it does. Once here, leap is kind of nice. Also gives energy generation so we can heal a bit more. Honestly, the barbarian tree fits really nicely with Oathkeeper actually. And you just want a lot of survivability. To attack reach. Wow, we got the eldRICH already. Big damage reflect, big health, not bad. And then one more sun here. Gotta be attack arc, right? Unless there's like double hit or something that I really want. Yeah, I guess just attack arc. Damage taken. Primal res. Grab the cost reduction for that. Damage stagger, yeah. And we double that. Yeah, I guess we just take the hits already with the eldRICH thorns. I don't think we wanted any of these. There's the 50% damage reflects. And then, final thing we get for this. Damage to elites, no, that's not going to be relevant later on with all the reflect scaling we're going to have, I think. So really the only thing I can do is convert it to lunar and get some chance to freeze on gear to benefit from damage to frozen, I guess. Weird. Movement for life lost. And then we are looking for a pair of pants. Quick Strike would give more healing. Not bad stats. Although I guess attack speed won't really do any damage. This has damage reflect, which is cool. Might just take that because the stats on it fit the build. So we do need some of that now for the converted lunar. Now we have one of each element to try and pull that stuff off. Now what can we do for this one? Burn to make it more consistent. But it's just all damage stuff that isn't gonna do anything. We do need some boots. Right, we're going helmets and gloves, unique. Quick strike, absolutely terrible stats. Nope. Terrible stats. Pretty bad. I don't think so. Gloves, so we can't take that. Again. Boots. Damage reflected on block. I might just take it because of that. Sure. Primal. Then there's absolutely nothing useful here. My god. We can put one crappy primordial damager in double it. Attack speed. It's gonna be hard for me to lose lives, isn't it? To get the scaling stats off them. I don't think there's anything useful for the leap either. Weird. I guess I can put the primal stun chance on it. Chance of stun. Primal res. Attack reach. They're not bad, but I think I want the helmet, so skip here. Yeah, we have to, or the gloves, I mean. Definitely want the reflect-based gloves. Primal res. Primary is useless. Primal and stun. Rerolls. Ability and damage to injureds. So ability damage shouldn't work, so we'll just take two kind of useful sets there. Crit chance. attack. No, probably just some primal damage in case that works. Whatever. I like getting the rare items early on. Damage to elites. Reach. This does seem to be a lot better than the first attempt, both because of the eldRICH thing and the addition of the barbarian stuff. Damage movements. Apparently having a unique eldRICH item completely tailored to one specific build is pretty impactful. So next up we just wanted the crit chance thing, I guess, in case that works on it. Oh. No, that would be the attack that applies a stun. Probably wouldn't work. I guess we don't need the immunity frame, so I could leap around a lot. But I don't think so. There we go, crits. XP. And then we are looking for the reflect gloves and the helmet. I don't remember what rarity the gloves are, so it might be better to go for the helmet first, since I know that's uncommon. I'll toss a couple just in case. Alright. Try and find a common so we can go for the helmets. I'll do eldRICH ensure. We might need some of that. My flail knocks them so back I can't even yell at them. Crazy. Okay, so we can get the helmet here. There we go. Barrel, big health, and attack reach if we level it up. XP. Attack speed will give us more healing, so we do want that. Although, I also can't even die if I wanted to. Okay, so this is on Legendary for the Reflect Gloves. And we got the full build now. eldRICH Thorns chest piece, Thorns gloves, big AoE and health helmets. Some random legendaries with even more reflect damage. Rare items. Finish off the attack reach. And then let's do some big attack reach to get that up. The spike doesn't even move my HP. Attack reach. And movements. Probably the rare items early on. Block and reflect is kind of cool. Go to blue. Damage and health. Getting hit by 20 enemies at once does 1% of my HP. Interesting. Damage reflected on hits. Reflected damage. Primal and movements. No, I can't even lose any lives. I'll take the damage on block. I literally can't lose lives. Movement for life, if it ever comes into play. I guess I should have lost them early on before I got everything. But there's no way to get the extra stats now. Freeze for any synergy with that. Damage reflected on hits. Damage reflected. And damage reflected. Yeah, let's get a bit of movement speed with it. Movement speed is really good on these maps, which is why I usually sacrifice a bunch of lives early on. But I'm too strong to even do that on this character now. Proc chance. That'll work on the crit thing. So we might want to build that up a bit. Chance. I want to see what we end up with that maxed out at, so I don't accidentally overcap it. Like, that should be one of the best stats, but I'll take it for later, I guess, hopefully. Probably gonna be hard to ever die, I guess. Rock chance. Chance of freeze and barrier? Yeah, we can use those. Oh, this guy hits me for slightly over 10%. Sick. The knockback on the flail is actually super annoying and counterproductive for a retaliation build, I feel like. Reflected. Damage reflected. Damage reflected. Another one. Big attack reach, sure. Resistance pierce. Ooh, reflected. Movement speed, since we can't even lose lives. Rare items. Burn? We don't really need that since I have the rune for it. Barrier mounts? Probably not gonna happen. Solar resistance. Rare and reflect's really good. The two elites. I'll take the medium damage since we need a lot of help with the bosses right now. Attack speed. Energy on block actually would give us a lot of healing. I guess we could build a bit more of that. Damage on block. Stagger. Rerolls, yeah. Reflected movements. Lunarez. All health. Ew. Full damage. Reflects. Let's do the reflected damage there. And those are terrible. Reflect damage. Piercing. Yeah. Damage reflects. I think we pass on that. Oh, yeah, I do want to see where that ends up. It looks like we're actually slightly overcapped on it. That is a double on the reflect, so that's decent. That is a double there. Yeah, that's fine. Instant attack. So we don't want that. We should be able to use that since I've tried to build Primal Roar for it, hopefully. Stun. These are both the same. Flexed to elites. No, that's 2 on the energy unblock. I don't think I want to do that. Double shots for extra healing and elemental procs, I guess. Attack speed. Damage reflected. We definitely need some crit chance. I actually don't want the attack force since that's knockback. And the flail's already pushing them so far away. But I want them to hit me. Damage reflects. Yes, we lost a life. More stats. Attack speed, we can get 2.5%. Sick. Please. Yeah, max out the block chance now. Well, it's definitely a stupid build. I don't think it's good. The single target damage is so bad. I'm knocking them back so much that I can't really get that many attacks, and then the reflect AoE from the artifacts. We need lots of damage. Attack reach? Nah. Damage on hits. Max roll. Damage reflects. Crit chance. Attack reach. Crit damage. Damage reflects. Damage to elites. I guess. Just trying to get as much damage as possible, but it's not really giving me great stuff for that. There we go, double reflects. I'll just take that for the percent increase. Attack speed. Energy. Reflected to elites. Rare and damage. Energy, I guess. Really wants me to take energy on block, I guess. Damage to elites or stuns. Yeah, that should work. Increase reflected and damage reflected, very nice. Damage and movement. Chance of stun. Rare and reflected, pretty nice. Damage reflect, I guess. Yeah, the damage is not terrible if I can at least have them all meleeing me at the same time. And then the artifact is just pulsing the AoE onto everyone else. That's kind of overkill now. Just kidding, it is terrible, actually. Reflect to there, yeah. Can't get the legendary, I can't move. Just something with a lot of reflect damage, please. I need damage. Ooh, max attack reach? Maybe. Damage for life lost. Hopefully we can lose some more and actually get something out of that. It's burned, don't really need that. More reflects. Life loss. You may not like it, but this is what peak reflect damage looks like. Oh, if I run with... No, I can't move at all. Dang it. I was gonna say, if I could run with the beams, I could maybe lose some lives and get some more stats. Well, they're all dead. Maybe we can lose some lives here. Damage reflects. Okay, there we go. But also, this guy is so tanky. I'm not sure if I want to dodge everything for such a long fight. But at least my stats are higher. This build is somehow completely immortal and completely trash at the same time. Amazing. Give me some more reflect damage. And Try and find a better damage roll. That's 2 onto it, but 1 wasted. Please give me damage. I need it. God, it is hard to roll stuff here. Okay, full damage there. Damage burning. Increase reflected. Increase reflected. Get all the damage we can over here. Okay, that's pretty helpful. Stun. Probably take some double shot here. Max out the piercing. Is there anything else you can do with this chest, man? It's just pure reflect damage. How do you scale this? You must need something other than the helmets. And there must be something I'm missing about reflect damage, because this is so bad. We have maximum stats now with 0 lives left. And it's not making much of a difference. Crit chance. Damage reflects. Instant attack. That one should be the most to elites and rare items. Damage reflects. Damage to elites, yeah. Reflect and block. Damage to burning. Oh, that's actually pretty good now. Damage taken per life loss. Don't think we need that. Rerolls. What is my damage reduction currently? 50%. Damage taken staggered. Yeah. Double damage. None of those really do anything. Damage reflected. Increase reflected, yeah. Damage to elites. And those are kind of wasted. Ooh, affected to elites, max roll. Double reflects there. Reflected damage. Crit damage, yeah. Attack speed. Those are useless. Full reflects. Damage to healthy? Yeah. Is there any chance I can kill a spirit caravan at this point? Maybe. Damage for life loss is pretty nice now. Well, I can't kill the camels at all. That's all that's left. Yeah, there's no way we're getting those. Actually, movements. Because I can barely move around with this many enemies. I can only leap. Kinda just pushing me wherever they want. Try and find some big reflect damage for the boss here. please, just lots of reflect damage. I can't even stay on it! They're pushing me off. Image of burning. And might help a little bit. I don't know. Damage to healthy. Burning. Damage to healthy, yeah. Freeze or stagger. Burn, that's useless. Reflected damage. Damage to burning. Give me the item! Full reflects. My hand isn't even on my keyboard. This is just the enemies pushing me around. Although I do want that armor so I can get more reflect damage. There we go. Too dark over here. Full reflects. Damage for life lost or taken. We don't have that max, so I guess I should. Nah, it's too slow. I'm taking the big damage thing. XP. Energy. Like, I'm wondering if you could do a similar build, but instead of using reflect damage, you use the energy on block stuff instead. And you just have like a primary ability build that just chain casts that over and over from the insane generation you can get from that. Because anything has to be better than this, right? Those are terrible. Although it is very relaxing, I don't even need my hand on the keyboard for the bosses. Damage reflect thingy. That's double reflect there. That's a double reflects. Proc chance. I have to get on the circle super early because they just keep pushing me off it. It's so hard to channel. Stop! Let me in! Finally back to some no hands gaming. As God intended a thorns build. Full reflects. You can't open chests during boss fights, can you? Doesn't look like it. I can't get that soul. Okay, there we go. It's good, but I just want some damage, man. I think this guy is gonna smell my witch for so long that he's going to eventually enrage. And finally, the run will be over. We need a higher speed than 2 times for situations like this. Like maybe a nice chill 10 times speed would be pretty good. Let me just go Google real quick. How long does it take for a Conquest Dark boss to enrage? Oh, I leveled up power. In Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes, Conquest battles, bosses generally do not have an enrage timer. Wow, thank you AI overview, very helpful. How long does it take to beat Conquest Dark? I do not know. I don't know how long it takes to enrage. Enrage timer is a bad solution for a stupid problem. Problem of bosses being too spongy or too resistant to current setup is rather stupid. On release, I remember running in circles around some blue fatso in some cave because he was moon resistant or whatnot, and my archer damage was almost exclusively moon. This problem could have been fixed by making the bosses less meaty or giving the players more opportunities to buff their damage. Or adding some gimmick like kill these 3 lieutenants and deal increased damage. Or just leaving this as it is. While I was fighting that dude for half an hour, I killed him in the end. But no, the dev just had to make the worst decision possible and decided to punish the player for fighting the boss he's made for too long. Alright, Google's not going to tell me how long the enrage timer is, I guess. And he's not even halfway there. I guess they removed it. We would certainly have hit it by now. Either that or I'm so tanky that I can tank the enrage timer? But they probably did remove it. I don't think anyone actually liked it. My primal roar with almost no actual runes is about 1/6 of the damage of reflect that has modifiers like 10,000% damage reflected. Man, this is insane. Where are my reflect stats? Don't see them. Maybe I don't have any. We have 337 increased. Oh. 11,250 on block, which is 75%. An extra 1450 versus elites like this guy. 337 to everything. And then there's like a global stat as well, right? That's only on block. Should be a global one as well. I think. I don't know. In a couple years, my burn will eventually pass everything else as it keeps stacking up. That's gonna be super exciting when that eventually happens. Power, please. I don't even know if that works on reflex. Well, I hope to God it does. We did it! We beat the game! Alright, that is enough of this build. My god. I gave it my best shot, but that was the only eldRICH item I found. It's so broken I can't even leave it, it's lagging out. Get me out of here! So yeah, takes quite a while to get the eldRICH items. You might get the damage reflect one and have to play that. Or not. But that's going to be it for now. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Or will I?